Okay. Today I'm going to be working on 3 different lamb plushies. I have 2 of the faces good to go. I need to make a 3rd face, which I'm looking up right now. Let's see, my orders. Hello, Sunbay. Good morning. Let's see. This one here is the neutral face. This one is another neutral face with a magnetic crown. And the 3rd one is going to be an angry face. I am doing pretty good. How are you doing? I'm just working on lambs today. I have a total of 3 orders. They're not due until the end of the month, but I'm going to get them done today because I'm still waiting on, I have to send responses to both the Lan and the robot plushie. I need to make a base for a couple of other things. So I've got other big projects, but I figure I can try and get these guys done today, and that would just be good. So I've got one regular lamb with a magnetic crown, and then an angry lamb. So let me pull out all my bits today. I'm gonna try and finish all both of these 2 because I've got the faces. I don't think I can finish the 3rd lamb today just because I have to wash out the face, but I can at least make the body and all the other bits and have them good to go. And all of my bits are kind of pre-made. So in order to just save some time, I kind of pre-made things, and then I can pull them out of my little bag. So let's see. Okay, so the bodies I haven't done anything further with. So I'm going to need 2 body bits for each of them. Body bit, and body bits. I also have 3 different capes for them. What crowns do I have made? Some offline grinding? Yeah. Yup. 2 and 3. Okay, so I've got the 3 crowns there. 1, 2, and 3. And I've got my little container of magnets for that one because that one is going to be magnetic. So, crowns, the little head puff. I need the face for this one. That's going to be the big one. Horns, ears, hands, and feet. So let's see what I've got there. Leg. Oops, that's the wrong leg. So I did draw little marks on the legs just to remember which ones are front and back. So now I just have to make sure that I actually pull out a front and a back for each of them. There we go. And then same with these little guys. 2 of the foot bases for each of them. Hello, Panda. How are you doing? I'm making lambs today. I just have basically all my pre-made little bits. So it is quicker for me to make these pieces like in bulk. But then I just have my embroidery machine just kind of set them all up and I have to cut them out and connect them all still anyways. But I basically did all of these ones either in a previous stream or most of these pieces were actually just before I even started streaming, where I'll just set up my embroidery machine to like make ears for an hour or two. Or a couple of arms. So not all that fun to do or watch, but it does speed up the process of actually making them, which is why I can offer them at the price I do. If I'm making them one at a time as they get ordered, it takes me more time and I would have to increase the price. Okay, there's all those bits. This one still needs the face. They all need the back of their head. And where is my actual face fabric? Okay. So there's the fabric for the face and the actual face template. I'll need that to line things up in my hoop. Last little bit's gonna be the horns. There we go. Okay, so there are all of my bits for all the lambs. Ooh, that one's got some damage to it. What does it look like on the front? Yeah, that ear's got some damage. There's a hole in that ear. So I'm gonna toss that one and get a new ear. That one's now off by 1 ear. Oh no. I'll just make a lamb with 1 ear and it'll be fine. No one will ever notice the difference. Okay, there we go. New ear. And this is the magnetic crown one. I will need to grab some fabric for that, which is in the bottom here. Yes. Okay. So I use a little piece of cotton muslin, which is just cheap undyed cotton, to hold that magnet in place. So that guy gets a little extra fabric. So first thing I'm going to do is just set up this embroidery to run. I've got that one there. So I'm going to need a piece of stabilizer for my hoop everything up. I will also need a piece of the water-soluble stabilizer that goes on top of it, that plasticky looking stuff to keep the fuzz down. It is incredibly soft. This is Sherpa. It's basically like lamb fluff. It is incredibly soft. The issue I have with it is that the edges fall apart even more than Minky does. So it is very, very fluffy to work with. Okay, stabilizer for my hoop. That is this. And the hoop I'm going to be using is my metal magnetic hoop. So I need a piece of stabilizer that's 9.5 by 14. I'm going to cut it 14 by 10 because that works well with the size of this. This is 20, so if I do 10, it's just right in half. But that does mean I need to move these guys out of the way temporarily. Yeah, the biggest problem I have with like sewing with this, besides the edges falling apart, is that when you sew with it, same with like fur, you have the edge, but then all the fluff comes over the edge. You can't have it inside your seam, so as you sew, you need to kind of squish all that fur underneath to the inside, so that when you take it apart, it doesn't have all of like the fur stuck into the seams there. So it's a little bit more persnickety to sew with there. Okay, 10 by, I said 14. There's that. There you go. So that's actually 2. I only need 1, so the other one's going to get stored in my stabilizer section. Right there. And now I can bring out my metal hoop, which is covered in fluff. So this has like a fuzzy covering on it. It's like it's flocked. That works with the lambs. Lamb flock. But it is fuzzy, and it means it collects every bit of fuzz that touches it. But there we go. I need my magnets. There. Got to pull off the magnet first. I just want that to be as tight as possible. So I'm using my magnetic hoop today instead of my regular plastic ones because the magnetic hoop is very flat. The plastic one actually has like a ridge edge to it. So it has some like depth to it, and you have to fold things up around those edges. Whereas the metal one being flat, I can just lay things on top. So because this Sherpa is so fluffy and just it's thick fabric, the flat hoop means I don't have to try and squish it in between the pieces of the plastic. Okay, I'm going to center this. That's where that one is. There's little nubs underneath there. I need one more pattern piece, actually. I'm gonna need that pattern piece. And it's gonna line up like that. Oh, there we go. Shake off half of those fluffies. And this piece is big enough that it goes completely around this, and I'm gonna have to cut off extras. But that just makes that makes it easier, so that I don't have to line up exactly perfect, so that I can be a little bit off in any direction, and then still be able to cut the piece out. It's not like I'm going to embroider down in this corner and suddenly, oh no, I don't have enough fabric for it. So I do put a little bit of an extra spacing around each of it as I embroider it. Okay, so that's going to go over there. And this one is, I believe, an angry face. Let me just double check because I really don't want to do the wrong face. Yep, this is my angry face. So this is going to be a grumpy lamb. So I'll take that over to my embroidery machine. Oh, I actually... Oh, no, that is good. That's the white one. Okay, fantastic. I need to align everything. Wiggles. Okay. Load up the lamb face. Angry face. The last thing I think I embroidered was frog, so it still had my green thread in there. For this lamb, because the first thing it's going to do in a real color is the outline of the face, I'm going to just put it in gray so that I get a gray outline. Wiggles. So fluffy. Okay. So while that is embroidering, I'm going to scoot away for 2 seconds. I will be right back. Okay. That's going to be amazing with that fabric. Everyone who has gotten the lamb so far has really liked how fluffy they are. So, oh no, my pattern pieces are coming apart. So this is 2 layers of paper together, and they're not staying together right now. So I'm gonna wiggle my camera and real quick glue that back together. Ah. Okay. That is almost all the way around. So the very first thing that my embroidery machine is doing right now is just tracing the outline. Because, again, that fabric is so incredibly fluffy. I can't actually put this gray piece down on the fabric until I get rid of some of that fluffiness. So I'm going to go and cut away that fabric inside there. So it becomes flat right where the face goes. It is just too much fluff. Perfect. Okay. Where are my scissors? Did I put them? I put them away. Anytime I lose something, it's because I put it away in the right spot. Wishing you the pleasure that you want at the end of the year. Yeah, no worries. I will be busy during July and August. So I don't think I'm going to be taking on anything in there. And I generally don't take any commissions during December just because I'm usually working on stuff for Christmas presents that I get as regular orders. But any other month I should be good. I always have like 3 or 4 different projects going at the same time. Just so that I can get things done while I'm waiting on replies and such. So right now I'm full on projects. I have 1 more that I'm taking next month. And then I don't think I've planned anything beyond that. So July and August are going to be a little bit busy just because I've got my wedding dress to make and then the actual wedding. And then my brother also has a wedding, so that's going to be another fun time there. Just making a outfit for that one as well. He's having like a Ren Fair kind of thing, a kind of Lord of the Rings Ren Fair type design to his wedding. So I'm going to make something fun to wear there as well. That was not going to be as intense as a wedding dress, though. And then I don't think I have any plans already set up for September, October, or November. So those ones are all free, and then January is free again. If you want to send me the picture, though, that would be really cool. Okay, if you're okay, so if your birthday's in October, yeah, I can try and make it either. Probably I want to start the beginning of September. I like giving myself like 4 weeks minimum to make something. If I'm doing it here on stream and you tell me like ahead of time or like as I'm making things if you like it or not, so I can make changes in real time, that would probably go quicker than me waiting for like email responses back and forth from people. So yeah, give me a full month and I can get it done before October. Ooh, shipping though. We have to figure out what shipping time is. So maybe like August, end of August to finish mid-September, something like that. Oh, if it's gonna be easy, then yeah. Yeah, if it's something like lamb, where I'm making a pattern from scratch, that does take a while. If it's something more like healthy, that hasn't taken me that long at all. The big delays are just every time I make something, I'm then pausing to get feedback and then continuing on there. But healthy is probably all said and done about a 4-day project. So, yeah. Let me pin this in place and then I will check that link. Because once I get this pinned, then I can go and put it back in my machine. I'm going to pin over the edge of the table so you guys don't get to see that. But I need to be able to bend the fabric over the non-flat surface there. Ah! In! Do what I want! Close enough. Okay, 2 pins in. And now normally you should never put pins into an embroidery machine because, well, one, you don't run over pins while you're sewing, and if you run over a pin while you're sewing, you know to stop right away, like if you damage something. Your embroidery machine has no idea when to stop, so it's especially important not to put pins in your embroidery machine, which is why I am currently putting 4 pins into my embroidery machine. But I also know exactly where the edges of this embroidery are, again, because I cut that fabric out of there. And I know that none of those pins are going to actually get hit by the embroidery machine. I would not put a pin anywhere in the center of this because I don't know exactly where those edges are going to be. I just know that they're not where I put the pins. So generally, though, do not put pins into your embroidery machine and do not run over them while sewing. Okay, that is doing that tack down stitch. Let me make it bigger. Because it's more interesting than I am right now. A blanket with a head and a Coke can. Oh, that's your avatar on Discord. Yeah, heads are not top. Blankets not top either. The Coke can is also a very simple shape. It's basically just a rectangle that you wrap around 2 circles and a little bit of embroidery. So I can do that quite quick. Yeah, that should not be hard. The hardest part of that would just be the hair. And that's because when I make the hair, I have to like form fit it to the face. But that's it. Yeah, I'd say give me a week on that one, and I could make that in a week. Ooh, resin eyes. Okay, resin eyes will take me a little bit longer to make because I have to make the mold for them first. But yes, I can do that too. Okay, embroidery machine is almost done. Smartphone, I can do that too. That is just a flat piece. Panda, your boyfriend's being weird about ordering things online, just like not letting you use your own money, or because you need it for other things, or just not buying things online because it's not secure, kind of a thing. Oh, there we go. That outline is done. There we go. So then, now I've got that fabric down, I can pull out my pins from the corners there. That's good. Ew, where'd you go? It's so fluffy, the pins get completely lost in the Sherpa there. Okay. Okay, and then I just trim away the extra, and I be careful about this because I don't want to cut away the Sherpa around it. So it's just a very careful, tiny snip all the way around. I made a hole, and then I just come in here, and I very carefully small snips. Oops, I missed some fluff there. I want to try and get all of the gray off and none of the white. Go. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. Now I need my fuzz roller. Get rid of all the extra little fuzzy bits. And I see some little fuzzies here that I forgot to get off. So these grays are outside the line where they're not supposed to be. So I'm going to just trim them, and then I can use my fuzzy roller to pick them up again. There we go. That should be good. Now I need the water-soluble stabilizer up on top, so let me grab that out. That is this one. And for this, I'm just making sure that my topper is going to be wide enough to completely cover the face, plus a little extra. I don't want it to like roll up underneath the stitches as it's going through there. I'm putting this at a slight angle so that I can get the magnets down on the edge to hold it all nice and tight. And oops, before I do that, I want to get some of that white fur out of the way. So I want all of the white fur away from the gray. Not touching things. There we go. And that should be good to go. We'll see if this holds down. It missed the thread. Okay, there we go. Catch the funny way that you can change the picture. Oh, yeah, so I can actually do something like that. Basically, there is a clear plastic vinyl that you can use, and you just stitch it down, and it kind of makes a little pocket. So that's the same kind of stuff that people use on like the Ida bags and things to put their plushies in the middle of. It's just like the clear plastic cover, and then whatever you put behind it's visible through it. Oh, music volume? Yep, I can do that. Okay, how's that one there? Okay, how's that? And I'm gonna go, let's see. I can check here. Yep, everything's stitched down nicely, it looks like. Let me look around the back. Yep, that all looks nice. There's no fuzzies sticking where they shouldn't, so I'm gonna start the next one. Okay. Oh, talk while adjusting music. Okay. Well, let me check there. Um, it is about half of where my voice is. Let me switch it up just a little bit more. Okay. Yeah. Um, it's a little over halfway now. And it looks like my machine keeps triggering the microphone as well, so it's going to just be a noisy day, I guess, there. Okay. So let me hang up my tools for just a second, get things out of the way. I scooched it up just a little bit more. And while my machine does its thing up there, I'm going to cut out some faces. I'm going to flip that over. So there we go. That is all the extra that I put around it just to make sure that I got it right. I think it was the second lamb I made. I got it wrong, and the face on this guy ended up being just over the edge, and I couldn't make that work. Like, because I do have seam allowance, that's that edge built in, but it was just a little bit too far that I couldn't do anything with it. So I had to like toss the entire bit there. The invitations are not fully done yet. Most of the bits are put together. I've gotten everything labeled and good to go. We just need to stuff things into the envelope and then actually put like people's addresses on them. But we have to kind of do that all at once because there's different invites for different people based on how many kids they have. So that I don't stream on Fridays, and normally it is to work on other small projects that I don't want on stream. But tomorrow it's going to be because I am writing out the addresses of every single one of my relatives. I'm going to come back to that to do the little guys around the edges because I do need a marker for that. So I'm going to do both of these first and then come back to that. Ah, thank you. It is going to be a day of lots of writing. Okay. Marker. So I'm doing this part in yellow just because it's a very light color. I don't want it to really show up later on in the plushie, even though most of this is going to get cut off. But I don't really want this to be visible, so I'm picking a very light color for it. For the ears, I do need those marks to remain visible because I'm going to line up the ears on them. So I'm going to switch to brown for those. And those are just my little tiny lines right here. I know they're very tiny right now. This marker is dying. I actually have a font with my handwriting on it. The problem is that my printer didn't like printing on the envelopes that we have. And for the first wedding invites back in 2020 that we sent out, we just put like stickers. So we printed everybody's names and we put the stickers. But I didn't really like the way it looked. We have like red envelopes, and that marker is very much dead. And we don't have red stickers, we have these white stickers. So it just looked kind of not nice. So we tried printing directly onto the envelopes, and the printer just ate it and got stuck, and it was like, nope, can't do that one. So I am handwriting things out, which doesn't take super long, but it's a lot of just sitting there very monotonous writing things. I've got, I think, about 80 envelopes I have to finish. So I can do it. It's not gonna be a problem. It'll take me a good 4 hours though. So that's a full half day of just sitting there writing things. Okay, I am done with my pattern piece here. My camera is being glitchy as hell today. Okay, I did get a new camera, but that is the one that's currently pointed at my sewing machine, not the table. Because when I tried to put the new one on the table, it kept adjusting the color weirdly, and I didn't want to deal with trying to figure out why it was, like, doing that. So that will be a later problem to solve. That face is almost done with the outline. Oh, yeah, I can write pretty well and pretty legibly. Like, I also write in all capital letters. So small letters are where my handwriting turns into scribbles, but all capitals, that I have no problem doing, and I can write pretty fast and for quite a while. So it's not a huge issue for me to handwrite them all out. It's just it's going to be a full like 4-hour task there. Okay. So that was the last of the gray on the face. Now I have to do the eyes, which are gonna be the black and the white. So I start with a white, and I'm kind of running low on that one. So we're going to see if I run out of white thread here today or not. Luckily, of all of the faces, the angry face uses the least amount of white in the whole design, and the happy face has just got the little bit of white along the eyes there. Camera froze. Cool, cool, cool. Anyways, the angry face has got the least amount of white there, but yeah, there's my little face. Happy face for this guy. That's also the face that I drew in the little lamb over there in the corner. Ugh, it is so glitchy camera. Why? Well, that is the oldest of the phones that I have for my camera. So maybe it's just I have to get another one for that one as well. Eh. Yeah, well, this is more of my, like, just neutral face. This is just the face that I had in the game. So, that was, I just called it happy because I didn't know what else to call it. Boring face. Okay, so those are those guys. Now I have to cut out the extra bits. Airplane mode. Okay, yeah, let me try that. We're gonna, oh, but that'll throw off all my other cameras too. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna throw off everything. I can fix them afterwards. Come here, camera. That should kill the camera then, hopefully. And you're off. Cool. Let's see. No, still kind of glitchy. Well, okay, that was my white. Now I go to black. And I even restarted them all. I had them turned off yesterday. Yeah, and it's just this one camera too. The other two seem to be working just fine. So maybe that'll be a, well, I wanted to put, I bought a brand new phone with no service on it so that I could just use it as Wi-Fi as a camera. So I was going to put that one on my table because I thought that was probably the most important one. It's got a really nice camera, and it's got, well, as far as I'm concerned, a nice camera because it's got the same camera as my actual phone has. I was going to put that on the table, but when I did that, it was doing this weird thing where the blue color was like changing constantly. It was like fluttering in between different colors. Like just very small changes to the colors constantly. And I have no idea why it was doing that or how to solve that. And so I did turn the auto adjust off and it was still doing it. So yeah, because I tried to put the good one on the table because this one is just having issues. And it is also very, very warm right now. So that's cool. Whoops. I throw the whole thing off by touching it. Well, once the embroidery is done, I will make the table the big camera again. And if it's still super slow and glitchy, maybe I will swap it out with the other camera, the new one. And we'll see. Maybe it was just because there was nothing else on my table at the time that was having issues with that. Maybe now that I've got lambs, it won't care about the color. I'll scooch some cameras around. Yeah, I was gonna ask Judah. Well, I didn't ask them this morning, because this was all about an hour ago, or 2 hours ago now. And it was like, I'm gonna just go with what I have set up, and we'll figure this out later. But yeah, I was gonna ask them. I was gonna take a little video of it doing the color change thing, and then send it to Judah and see if they knew what was going on. Okay, there's my faces. And now I can bring all the lamb bits back. Oops. Oh, my bobbin's running out. Oh no. Do I have an extra bobbin? Not in the right color. Okay, so I'm going to refill a bobbin with new thread. Yeah, it was not wrong. That is very, very low. I don't know, is that even visible? Oh, very low. Okay, bobbin thread. Um, Somewhere, one of my bobbins got bent, and I don't remember which one it is. But the bent up bobbin I don't want to use again. There, new full bobbin now. So fluffy. And then because I had to cut that thread there, I am going to go back a couple of stitches to kind of lock everything in place. We're going to go right there. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, ears. I'm going to stitch these ears on. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's easier to do ears when the face is flat because I can just flip it over and put the ears in place. So I'm going to do the ears first, and then I will do the little tiny darts. And then the camera just dies entirely. Okay, I guess that's a good sign that I should swap them out. Okay, let me see. Try that. Let's see. Oh, that seems to be working better already. Okay. Now I just have to hope it doesn't do any of those weird flicker things. Okay, so far so good. Hopefully. So the little ears just get folded over. They've got this like triangle shape coming off the edge. That just gets folded down into the ear. And then the ear gets squished in between those two marks that I made so that the ear is on top of the face. And because I'm going to run these over with my machine, I use my little glue pins, the ones that break instead of my machine breaking. Ear goes right there. Here. Here. I can shake off the fuzzies. There's just fuzzies everywhere. This ear I want to be like this, so I'm going to fold it that way. Line up the corner, fold that over. And the little tiny ear is just going to go right there. Okay, I got my two ears. There we go. Very cool. So those I'll stitch down, and then I'll also close up the darts to give the face a little bit more of a rounded shape. And then this face, I get those ears down. Fold. Oop, sounds like my machine's ready to change for the next color. Or, nope, just the next part. Okay. It's going to do the mouth now, and then go on to the other eye. I'm going to put one more, even though this ear's behaving nicely, I'm going to put one more in there. Just to be sure. And shake off the fuzzies of that one. I want this ear to go this way. Something I do with too much frequency is I sometimes put the ears or other body parts in backwards so that it's like this, folded that way. When that unfolds into the actual like nice lamb, it means the ear's on backwards. I did that with a lamb a while ago and then had to take the head apart to fix the ears, put them back in, and put them back in the wrong way again. I felt very, very stupid. I did get it right on my third try, though. The ears eventually made it to the right spots. Okay, there we go. There's my two faces, and what does my machine want? My machine wants white thread. Oh, right. Okay. It has to do the white for the other eye before it does the right. Right. It's been a while since I've made these lamb faces. So I only put a few lambs up in my store at the same time. They are right now one of my highest selling designs. So I only put like two of each of them up on my Etsy and one of each up on my website. That way, when they sell out, I'm only working on a maximum of 6 lambs at any one given point in time. When I finish the lambs, when they are about done and ready to be sent out, then I'll put more listings up on Etsy. But until that happens, I keep the listings sold out just so that I don't have something like, oh, you have to work on 20 lambs at the same time. Which I could do. I have that much fabric ready to go and I could make them. The issue then becomes, am I making the right ones? Because I've got 4 different faces that I make, and they can have either the crown sewn on in place or a magnet attached crown. So I really don't want to do something where I overwhelm myself and I get confused and I end up sending the wrong lamb to someone. So having a maximum of 6 is about how many like ideas I can juggle in my head without mixing them up. Okay, these two are ready for their ears to be sewn on. And I'm also going to sew those little tiny darts at the same time. I'm going to just leave my sewing machine in the small camera because that's the one that I think is going to glitch out. That's my oldest camera there. Got the right common thread. I do not have the right other color thread. That is brown. So for the lambs, even though the lamb is white, I actually use a off-white thread color, this ecru color. And it's just like a very light tan color. But that way, if I have to pull the stitches out, I can actually see the thread on the Sherpa because the Sherpa is just so fluffy. And I don't want to risk like having to tear a stitch and I accidentally rip the fabric instead. So I use a slightly off-colored thread just so I can see it. Small pause to change the color on the embroidery machine. It needs black. Okay. There's my ears. Okay, there we go. Got my ears attached. Okay, so that's my two lamb faces. You can see that they are rounded now. They don't like laying flat on the table anymore. And that's also the last time I used pins for quite a while. So this, because the Sharpa is so fluffy, I actually have little Wonder Clips or Magic Clips or just whatever brand they happen to be. These tiny little clips that you can use to pinch the edge of the fabric. They're flat on one side, not flat on the other, so they sit nicely on your sewing machine. But that little guy, that's what I'm going to use to hold together the fabric. I'm going to sew together the back of the heads in the same way that I did this little guy, with the little darts in the corners to make them rounded. I'm going to do that same thing to the backs of the head here. And I've got 3 of them because the third lamb that I'm still embroidering, that one also has a back of the head that's good to go. So we're going to do the 3 back of the heads. And then 2 of them are going to get pinned onto the faces and stitched together. That third one, I can't stitch together today just because it's going to have that stabilizer that I need to wash out of it. So these 3 get sewn, 2 of them then get sewn, 1 gets set aside for tomorrow. Or whenever I next work on these guys, because tomorrow might be busy. Before I do that, I'm going to grab a little snack. Snack acquired. Now I will sew. on. Yeah. Faces. One that gets set aside. These two. I'm going to go face down on top of these guys. And then the most important parts to line up are going to be these little V's, the darts that I stitched together. So I'm going to start there and just kind of clamp them down in place. And my embroidery machine wants some attention. So I'm going to go to the next V, flip that one, and then go figure out what my embroidery machine wants. Oh, he wants white thread. I can do that for him. Okay, 374 more stitches, and then that's done. That face will be completely done. And then I am going to wash out the stabilizer right on stream. Oh, actually, I should get that started because I need hot water for that. So let me go turn on the hot water kettle. Okay. Here goes inside. And I'm just kind of tucking all that fluff inside as I go along. Because I really, really don't want that to be sticking out into the inside of the plushie. I want all the fluff on the outside. Therefore, now it has to go on the inside. Same as the ears. I want the ears on the outside, so the ears have to go on the inside for now. And Thomas is done with my embroidery. Woohoo! So I'm going to keep pinning both of these up. The water's not hot yet. Okay. Can pin up this guy as well. Oh, that fluffy all over the place. Fluff. Sherpa is by far not my favorite fabric to work with. It does turn out like very, very fluffy and a good result. Like this is gonna be a very soft, squishy plushie. But it is not my favorite fabric to work with. And if you have any kind of like rough skin on your hands, it will get caught in the Sherpa. And that's just not a feeling I enjoy. Just fabric lightly sticking to your fingers. Yeah, no. Not good. I missed that bottom corner. Okay. Let me clamp that one down. Okay, there's my two heads. So that embroidery is done now. Let me flip this around. So I'm gonna wash the stabilizer out of it. So I've got a towel, and I'm gonna go grab the actual embroidery. Okay, magnets are all put away. I just heard the hot water. Cool. Okay. So most of this just tears away. So it just comes off like that, nice and easy. And then I can set this aside for use later on. Actually, hang on. I can't use these little bits. These are too narrow. This stuff does tend to fold over itself if it's too narrow bits. So I can't use those two sides. These guys. So I'm going to dissolve them just to kind of show off how that works on stream. Put away my stabilizer. And then the face stuff, it just peels away for the most part. Just like that. But then this stuff is still underneath those eyes there, and it's probably not going to be able to see on stream. But there's like this kind of shimmer that you can see underneath it. So that's what I'm getting rid of. Rip out my paper. I don't need to get the paper wet. It just rips away. I do have some backing stabilizer like that also dissolves. I use that for lace and very specific designs that can't have anything behind them. Because technically, behind these eyes, there's still a layer of paper. Like, it's still in there. It has not gone anywhere. So get my little cup full of hot water, and then I have just like a giant syringe. And then just everywhere that still has the stabilizer behind it, I'm just soaking that part. And this is just a very hot water that will dissolve away that plastic. I don't dunk this into water because I don't want the Sherpa and everything to be soggy wet. It takes forever to dry, and it also doesn't dry as nice and fluffy, so you kind of have to like rework it into fluffiness. So I just soak down the parts that I need to get rid of that stuff. But a couple layers there. So just plain water. And then that's it. Let's get rid of any of those further. And this stuff, this like this plasticky stuff, just dissolves fairly instantly. So I don't know if that's going to be visible on camera, but it's half gone. So it turns into goo, which is actually something interesting that you can do if you need something to be kind of stiff. What you can do is you can melt down all of your little scraps and basically turn this into glue water. And then you take whatever you want to be stiff, you dunk it into the glue water and pull it back out and let it dry. And this stabilizer stuff just becomes like a stiffener agent for it. So a lot of the times, something that people do on their embroidery machines is called freestanding lace. And you just basically have lots and lots of thread, turn it into lace. And that's just all on your embroidery machine. It does it all for you. There's my goo. Ooh, love the goo. But then you want the lace to be a little bit stiff for some designs. So you take it and you just goo it up and use that stabilizer to give it some stiffness to create those forms that you want from the lace. So I do some Christmas designs. I've got like a poinsettia and I'm working on a gingerbread house that are made from that lace. So it's entirely just thread. There's no fabric involved whatsoever. And those ones use this stabilizer to kind of keep the shape to it. So that's fun. So let me go put that back away. And then my soggy face just gets squished in the towel, which is now damp. This towel is my craft towel because, again, I got that all wet and there was that goo in there. I'm essentially squishing it out of the face and into the towel. So the towel gets kind of grungy over time, and I just keep this one for my crafts. And then eventually, after it's kind of like just stiff because it's got that glue in it, I wash it, dry it, and bring it back to my craft room. So this is just my craft towel there. It's also gotten some dye on it from me dyeing custom fabrics, just because I've squished the dye out of it into this towel. But yeah, so there we go. That is the face. This will have to stay and dry until tomorrow. I don't sew with it when it's soggy wet because it feels gross. So that I will just set aside and let it dry. And then tomorrow I can finish up that face and that lamb. So it's going to go over in front of a fan. And I can get back to work on everything else. Okay, those guys are put together. I can stitch these down. The horns are done, basically. The little fluff for the head, those are done. I do need to put the bottoms of the feet on the feet. The hands, oh, I can do probably the bodies. After I sew the heads together, then I'll work on the bodies because that involves the arms. The legs are hand sewn in once they're all attached together. Yeah, so I'm going to sew the two faces together. I'll flip them. I'm not going to stuff them just because I don't want them to take up a lot of space until they're fully done. But then I'll do the bodies with the arms next. Okay. I need my little container because these red clips, you definitely cannot sew over them. They are too big. So I will be removing those before I get to them. That one is done. Bosoms. Okie dokie, that one's done too. Spice. There we go. That one's going to get flipped right side out. Let me make the table big. This one here is getting flipped right side out so that you can see it. This one here is staying inside out because I am going to be putting a magnet in this one. So I need to make the magnet case and put it right there because the magnet attaches to the back. That's where the crown's going to sit. So this one doesn't get flipped until it has a magnet, and that's just how I remind myself that I actually need to put a magnet in it. Okay, and the fluffy is done. The two horns are done, ready to be hand sewn. This one's face is done. The fluff is done. Where's its horns? There we go. Horns are done. This one, the back of the head needs to be sewn on still. But for now, that is done. The ears, I can't sew onto the front of the head yet. Everything else here, okay. So I'm just moving the stuff that's done kind of to the back. See, I'll put the face. I put the face just so it can be seen. Yeah, fancy face. There we go. Next up is going to be my bodies. Okay. And just like on the face where I had a dart, I have a dart on the body as well. It is just much, much bigger because I really want this body to be really round. So I've cut a very large V out of that so that I can like sew that back together and make it a very round body. And that's how you get two flat pieces making a sphere. So I am going to sew all of my V's together. And then I'm going to come back, and the arms actually need to be hand sewn in place just to really make sure that they're all lined up properly. So I will actually stuff them and then line them up and hand sew them in. So V's first, which those do not need a, let's see, am I done with embroidery for today? I think I'm done with embroidery for today, so I'm going to let this camera chill. There we go. And here we go. I'm just making sure all the fluff is inside. That didn't sound good. What are you doing? And when I get to the edge of that V, the center point that I folded in half, I'm actually turning the fabric and I'm going kind of up the belly like this. I'm not just going straight to the edge of the V. When you do a dart, you kind of want to taper that end down as small as you can. So it makes a nice smooth like belly shape rather than a point where the edge of the V is. Thank you, Panda, and I'll see you soon, I guess. One more body bit to go. Ooh, so much fluff. Okay, there are my bodies. Two for each of them, one front, one back. The same piece on both sides. And now I'm going to sew the arms in, which they get stuffed first because I'm going to stitch them right in place and completely close up that edge. I can either have a little hole in the edge to stuff it afterwards, but then I have to hand sew that up, or I can stuff it now and then just stitch it into the body. So that's kind of what I choose to do there. I think it's just a little bit more secure, and the lines are straighter and not hand sewn, they're machine sewn, so they're just a lot more professional looking, I guess. So I won't need the sewing machine for a while now. I will need needle and thread. And some stuffing. Ooh, stuffing. Welcome back. Okay. Tiny scissors. Here's my little arms. I'm not sure how the stitching on this one looks. So when I flip this one, I'm going to have to check the stitches. Where's my forceps? There we go. Let me check the stitches. The stitches on the back just looked like they might have been a little bit loose, like my embroidery machine just didn't have quite the right tension. But on the front, they look fine. So I'm just like pushing on it a little bit, give it some stress test. If the stitches were gonna fall apart, I want to know now rather than after I've sewn it all up and mailed it to someone. So I just want to check those beforehand. But everything looks good there. Oh, the little forceps, guys? Yeah, these are so nice. They can reach anywhere that you can't. Just, I got fat fingers and a very thin forceps. There's the only time like hands I think work better for stuffing than the forceps is when you're stuffing right up at the edge here, because it's a little bit weird to be going like this and like trying to stuff the very opening. But everything else, I pretty much use my forceps for flipping things inside out, for stuffing things in itself, and like, yeah, just everything. And I can flip things that easy, and then I just go inside and kind of push out the seams, and there we go, it's flipped. Trying to do that by hand. Yeah, that's what, twice as long? Still doable, but it does take longer. Okay, let's see. I got my legs out of there. Looks good. Showing off the face there. And all the fluffy bits. There's so much gray fluff around here right now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me flip these little hands. And one more hand. Yeah, with small things. Yeah, there are some things that it's like I just physically cannot flip. And a lot of like stuffing that I get Polyfill brand stuffing, and they include like this turning stick, which I have a bunch of them. It essentially looks like it's a chopstick. I wouldn't recommend eating off of them because they sometimes have little sharp bits of wood and things. But the whole purpose of this is that you're supposed to be able to poke it through and kind of poke things through and flip them. I think the forceps, because they've got like the locking pinch thing to them, that just works so much better. So, and the fact that like I can pick some stuffing up and then just lock them in place so that it's not going anywhere, kind of a thing. I like that a lot. So the sticks are supposed to be for like poking and prodding and flipping things and stuffing things. I like being able to pinch a lot better. I mean, if you're really talented, you could probably use them like chopsticks. I don't know if that would work for stuffing though. That might be a little awkward. Yeah, if I have any like tools or tips and tricks that I know help, I will definitely just try and point them out, like what I'm using and why. Because it does. It's a huge time saver and it just makes things a whole lot easier. So, and nobody wants to be frustrated. That's not fun. Okay. So, and I am using my mochi stuffing for this because basically I'm going to take enough stuffing for the entire hand and then I'm going to squish it down to only fill half the hand. So I don't want something that once it's squished, it stays squished. I want something that I can unsquish later on after the whole body is sewn together. So, yep, so like that whole hand is now filled all the way up to the opening. But I'm going to take my little forceps again. And I have got them open, so I'm just going into like right here. And I'm grabbing all of that stuff and I'm just squishing it down and pushing it down. So now it's only filled to there. So this is enough stuffing for the whole hand, but it's only, well, a little over half, maybe 2/3 actually filled right now. That way, when I'm going and I'm sewing on my machine, I'm not trying to sew over this giant lump of stuffing. I'm sewing over this flat fabric here. Just 2 layers, not 2 layers plus all of the stuffing. That needs just a slight bit more. There we go. And I can stuff that down as well. So there we go. 2 arms. 4 more to go. That needs a little bit more as well. And I'm just kind of squishing it to get a feel of like how much I actually want in there so that they're all the same. I don't like measure out or weigh the stuffing when I'm doing this. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, that's the squishy level that I'm looking for. And that feels good, so I'm going to squish it all down in. And there we go. That feels good there. This is about good. I just want a little bit more in. Yeah, that's feeling better. Nope, didn't squish it very far. It unsquished itself. Okay. And last little hand. Okay, there's my little 6 arms. Okay, now they get hand sewn in. And I don't need the rest of this fluff. There's enough fluff on the table that I do not need the rest of this. So that goes back in the bag. And then it does not matter what thread color I use for this. These stitches will not be seen at the end. This is pretty much I'm pinning things in place like I would the ears or when I pinned the 2 heads together with the little red clips. I want to make sure that these end up in the right spots, but because they're so puffy already, if I just use pins, it causes problems and they still kind of slide out of place. So I'm going to just stitch them in place to really make sure that they stay where they should. So I go to the top seam there, and I have these little yellow lines that I made when I throw the thing on the ground. When I cut out the pattern piece. So I'm going to just line up the top edge with that. And then I'm doing what's called a whip stitch, which is you go in this side, out the other, and then you come back to the original side, and you're going to go in there again. So I'm essentially going over the edge of the fabric. So in, out, and then back to the beginning, in, out, back to the beginning. And this is just a really quick stitch to hold it all down in place. I want the edges to line up right. I want that gray to be right up at that little yellow line that I made. And then I do one more whip stitch, but this time I go through my loop of thread and I pull it tight, and now I have a little knot. I am not going to worry about double knotting it because this only has to hold long enough for me to get over to the sewing machine and actually stitch it down. So there we go. There's the little arm in place. And it's all lined up around the edge of the fabric there. Oops, where's my arm? I do want to go through the top of the arm first, just to really make sure that everything is lined up. Pull it tight. And I'm already at the bottom. It's about 4, maybe 5 stitches to get from the top to the bottom of the arm there. I don't think that's going to be enough thread there. But that was 2 arms and off my little bit of thread. So, nice. Put that in the garbage. Okay, so this body, actually I can pin it down in place now. So I'm going to get my red clips. Just so there's one less thing on the table here. Whoops, fabric stayed there. Ah, oh. Okay, let me trim that part of my nail that got caught on the Sherpa there. Sherpa really does point out every bit of your nails and skin that is not perfectly smooth. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna try that now. That works better. Okay. Oh, that piece of thread's long enough. I can do something with that one. Okay. Oh, wait, nope. I'm pinning things first. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days. Ooh. Okay, I'm pinning the top corners first. And just making sure I'm tucking all of that fuzz inside. And then I'm going to go to the center bottom. Line that up as well. I'm going to put 2 pins down here, one on each side of the dart that I sewed together. So one there, and then one there. And then the edge of the hole for the leg. That's going to get one as well. And then the whole arm with all of its stuffing gets tucked inside. Come on, inside. And I'm going to put 1 pin on the arm itself, and then 1 underneath the arm. There we go. The arm goes inside. Go to the bottom corner. That gets pinned first. Oops. I do want all of my red pins kind of facing the same direction per section. So I'm going to sew from this red clip all the way down to this one. And then for this bottom section, I can flip it and do that way so that both of the red ones are up. And then I can do this one, the red side's up as well. If the red is up, it just makes it a little bit easier to take those clips off as you run. because the flat white side or the clear side is on your sewing machine's bed. So it's easier to like push down, unclip, and pull it off. If they're upside down, things don't quite lay flat, and it takes a while to actually get them to come off of the fabric there. So I want every section, all of the clips, to be facing the same direction. Ooh. Let me file that down again. Finding all the rough spots. Oh my gosh. What is catching? Okay, let's try that. Welcome back, Sunbay. Let's see. I finished the embroidery of the faces. I stitched the face together. This one's still inside out because it needs the magnet still. I stitched together parts of the bodies. I stuffed the arms, and now I'm sewing them in so that I can sew up the bodies with the arms included next. I think that's it. So this arm gets sewn in place. So many fuzzies, everywhere fuzzies. Whoop. Those fuzzies almost got caught. So I'm stitching the arms down to the side of the body before I actually sew them on my sewing machine. Just because I've already stuffed them with stuffing and they are very round now. And if I try and pin them in place and then sew it down on my sewing machine is going to have a fit. So instead, I sew it down with thread to just really hold everything in place so that the arms stay even, and I don't have something where like on the end body I've got one hand here and like one down here. Like we don't want the arms to be that off-centered. So I stitch them in place just to make sure that everything stays equal. And I can snip that. Tiny bit of thread. Don't need that one. Oh, they mixed up the deliveries. Oh, that's not fun. At least you realized. It's supposed to be 20 minutes, turned into an hour. Oof. Yeah. At least you realized, and it wasn't something like you took everything and put it all away, and then like there wasn't anything, and you just had food that you weren't expecting. Just missing 2 full bags of cold stuff. Ugh. And that's all paid for. Like, that's your stuff. You need your stuff. I think I'm going to use bright orange on these legs. Because again, this thread is not going to be seen. I just think it's fun. This is my brand new orange. I've never used this spool of thread. So I think it's just going to be fun to use some bright orange on the lens. Okay, and one more arm over here. I'm going to go through the top section first. And then I want to connect it to that yellow line that I drew on the pattern piece. And then whip stitch in place. All the way down to the bottom. And tie a little knot right there. Okay, those little guys are done there. So now I can pin all that together. Holengi cheese? I don't know what that is. Huh. Well, I am glad that you got your food. The proper food. No, I've never heard of that brand of cheese. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to pin this together and then I'm going to search that cheese and just see what comes up. Yet healthier stuff and tasty stuff at the same time, that is fantastic. I love when healthy food is delicious. Oh, what game are you playing, Panda? Whoop, whoop. Okay, there's body number 2. Oh, I've seen a couple of people play the Dreamlight Valley game. I have not played it myself. Well, I don't play very many games at all. But I haven't watched. There's one other plushie maker I follow on Twitch who plays that a lot. Whenever new updates come out, that's what her stream is. So I watched her stream it. But I haven't played it myself, and I haven't like searched out like the full like playthroughs of the game yet. That sounds delicious, Sunbay. I just looked it up. It does not look like they if they do export to the United States, not to anywhere around me. I'm not too far from the east coast of the United States. That's probably the biggest water near me. I mean, also the closest. I mean, the entire Atlantic Ocean is probably a big water to anyone. But yeah, I'm pretty close to the Atlantic, but not super close. Yeah, I tried searching the brand and then like stores near me. Nothing came up. It started telling me all the other different cheeses I could get. But I like soft cheeses. Those are good. Yeah, the exports there. Yeah. Let me see what comes up. It does say we have a market that is definitely in Portuguese. I cannot read this site, but that's in my town. So I'll have to mark that on my map as a place to go check out over the weekends. Um, And then it's also telling me places like Walmart are Brazilian stores. So I think I've depleted the answers and it's just sending me other things now. Okay, so what other things should I look for while I'm there? Wait, more sugar than like us in the United States? Well, I guess we do the corn syrup on everything, but it's essentially a sugar. I already had a third. Oh well, and I got two. Oh, cane sugar. That's better than corn syrup. Well, I kind of want to try the candies too. Maybe not many of them. Okay, there's that. This thread is not long enough for me to use, so that one is trash. Oh yeah, I can't keep candy in the house for long because I eat too much of it. No, my candy of choice is whenever I mail out plushies, I put two little bits of candy in with them just for like the fun of it. Not internationally though, because that causes problems sometimes with customs. But when I'm sending things in the United States, I put two little candy lollipops in. And if the lollipops are broken or if they are like partially unwrapped, well, I can't send that out. That's not like safe. That's not good to send to new people. So I get to eat all of the broken ones. It's my favorite part of packing things up. Okay, that is the last of the arms. So I can put away the needle and thread for now. And my bright orange thread too. That was fun using that one. And now I get to pin the bodies together. Once this is pinned, then I can go and sew the 3 bodies together. I'm kind of close. Oh, no, I have to do the capes. The capes are going to take a while. Okay. That's right. I forgot about the capes. The capes require ironing and everything, and oof, they'll take a while. But for the bodies, I will have to sew the feet onto the legs and the base onto the crowns. On 2 of them, the base does not have to be sewn on the machine. That will just be by hand. And that is because it's going to be stitched down to the top of the head, so it doesn't have to look pretty, and it goes quicker to sew it by hand. I'll use that same whip stitch, the same thing that I did to attach the arms to the body. I'll do that to attach the bottom of the crown to the crown itself. And then, let's see, yeah, I will hand sew the legs onto the body because it's actually quicker for me to do it that way than it is to put it into the sewing machine. Just because that little tiny circle where the legs attach, it's so small. I could do it on the machine, but I would spend more time trying to rotate the fabric underneath the needle than I would actually sew it. So it's quicker for me to just do that by hand. The heads need to be stuffed and sewn onto the body after it has its legs. The crowns will be hand sewn on, or this one will be machine sewn. And so yeah, just a couple more things to machine sew. The legs to the feet, the crown to the base of the crown, and then the edges of the cloak. So I'm almost to the rest of the hand sewing part. Cool. Okay, so those 3 bodies, I'm going to go stitch them up now. Scoot my chair back. Scoot, scoot, scoot. Okay. And I need my little bin to put all of the clips in because the clips do not get sewn over, not like my blue pins. I'll move that arm a little bit out of the way. There we go. That's one body done. Baby body's done. So much extra fluff. That's just coming off of the edge there. Moving the arms out of the way again. Bodies! Ah, thank you for sending that to me. Okay, so that body is, this lamb's body is done. I can't finish sewing that lamb until tomorrow because the face is, like, finished and full of wet stuff still. That body is done. It just needs its feet sewn in, which I can do today. This one is good to go for today. This body is also good to go, can have its legs and everything sewn in and then sewn onto the body there. There we go. Legless lamb! Ah! Okay. Let me tear that out. Just want to see if one of these looks nicer along the bottom than the others. Nope, they're all the same. Okay. Sometimes I have a little bit of a ragged edge just because I cut it differently, and those are the ones that I like sewing by machine because I can hide all that raggedness inside. But they're all looking good, so it doesn't really super matter. I think I'll put that one on the base there. These bases are a little bit larger, so I can just hand stitch them in where it needs to be. I'm going to do that after I do the rest of the machine stuff, though. So that is mostly done for now. These are still machines and machine. This is by machine. This is for later. Here, let me pull that down, and I can put the little lamb in his little hat. There we go. He's got his little hat. Perfect. Look at that. He's ready to go. I think I'll do the capes next. These little cloaks, though. Ah. These things, fuzz sticks to them so well. It's annoying. Stop that. Okay. So these capes I have sewn together on my embroidery machine. It does the little white stripe that I needed to, and then it does most of the outline. But because the cape is actually bigger than my embroidery machine, it does not get all the way to the edges. So I have two little sections right here. They're not sewn together. So I have to do that by hand just to get the last little edge finished up there. So I can grab my tiny little ruler just for the straight edge of it. And where those stitches were, I'm going to just trace down and trace across. And then cut off the edge because all of these ones are a little bit blunt. They're just rounded corners there. So I'm going to just make that rounded there. And then same on this side. I'm going to break the lead in my pencil. And there we go. So I do that for all of them, and then I'll just stitch down those corners, and then I can take this out and flip it and everything there. So let me put that over on my machine. And I'll do the other two as well. His bite right there, those little bits there. Look at all that fluff and fuzz. That is too much fluff and fuzz there. And my roller is not super sticky anymore. I'm probably going to have to change to the next sticky sheet soon. I go through like 2 of those per lamb when I'm making the lambs. Put those legs out of the way. I just don't want fluffs to be inside of the cloak when I flip it there. Like that would make the cloak lumpy, and that would not be good. Okay, there's number 2. Ah, more fluffs? I've just cleaned you off. Stop that. Okay. Ah, thank you, Panda. He's not quite attached yet, but he can just sit there like that. He's kind of flat. Okay. Now for this cape, I do want to match the thread color. I don't want the white there. So I am going to be using a red thread for that one. Assuming I have a red bottom. I do. There it is. And a red thread on top as well. Because these stitches I don't necessarily have to be able to see to pull out. This is a different fabric, so if I have to cut these threads later on to fix something, I will be able to see the red thread on the red fabric, no problem. And I'm going to change the foot as well. I don't need the 1/4 inch foot because I'm not trying to measure anything here. So this is going to end up being my clear foot. My clear plastic foot. That way I can see what I'm doing and it's not in the way. And last one. The lamb that I'm making here is actually from a video game called Cult of the Lamb. So it's not my own original creation. They made like the studio that made the game made their own plushies for a while, and then they did a couple of limited runs, and then they haven't said anything more about making more of them. So I started making my own. So mine is a much different shape and design than their plushie. I don't copy things one for one exact. This is my own design, my own pattern. It's not something that I like copied from them, but the character I did copy from them. Yes, I've had sugarcane sugar. Actually, when I was down in South America, I did a lot. Like soda with actual like sugarcane sugar in it. Oh, much better than like corn syrup that we use. It doesn't stick to your teeth. Like that feel of it there. Oh yeah, so there are some companies and some like games that have said please don't make fan art, even if it is different than what we are selling. Like Among Us was a big one. They did not want you selling like Among Us stuff, so I never even began working on a pattern for that one. And if Devolver comes back out and starts making the plushies available permanently again, I will probably stop making lambs. Like what I have like ready to make lambs right now, those will probably be my last ones. Because especially with little independent studios, I don't want to steal what they've got. But if they're not making or selling the things and they have no intention of doing it, then I do make those things as plushies. It has to be something I want to make though. Like I love the lamb. I joined so many cults on Twitch. I died in almost every single one of them in the ritual slap fight to death. I am not good at slapping people apparently. Um, I highly enjoyed the game, so I was actually watching a stream from Altariana when I was coming up with the pattern for the lamb and everything. It is a fantastic game. So I was like, oh yeah, I got inspiration for this. I'm making it. Oh yeah, corn syrup. I don't know. It feels like it sticks to your mouth, and it's like sweet in a way that normal sugar is not. I don't eat or drink a lot of sweet things though either. So my candies when I mail things out, those are kind of my little treat there. Because of the processing? Maybe. I have no idea. It's just something. Yeah, even sweet corn is not sugar like that. Like, ooh. Oh, now the little lamb's leg moved. There we go. I'm just pretending to put them together here. Oh, look at all that fluff. Shake that off. That goes on the floor now. Cool. Let me see. Perfect. Oh, I've never had pure sugarcane juice. Mmm. I did like when I was in Peru. They had the vendors on the street who would just it was Ecuador and Peru. They would have the vendors who would just sell you a coconut and they would just lop off the top of it and give it to you. And that was fantastic. I loved that. That was like every morning on my way out, I would grab a coconut. Much harder to find coconuts up here. Let alone have somebody who will just like chop the top off for you and hand it to you. Yeah, coconuts are really well. It it depends, I think. Everyone I've talked to has really like hit or miss if they like coconut or not. It's one of those flavors where it's like you either really love it or you despise it. Um, but yeah, coconut is. I love coconut. Yeah, you get the coconut milk, and then when you finish drinking all the milk, you can also then take the meat of it and just like peel that out of the shell, and that's really tasty too. As a replacement for Gatorade, okay, I can see that. I don't like the flavor of Gatorade, and coconuts up here are much more expensive. Okay, there is the second cloak. And one more. I do have to still trim some little bits off of these before I flip them. But that will be after I get all three cut out first. Yeah, you do have to make the choice. Now, I like the ones that are mostly water, but then you can still, like, I don't know, I would, like, peel the little bits off there and everything. They were good. It was a really good breakfast on the way to school. Yeah. A little bit of stretch there. The water actually becomes the meat. I thought it was just kind of like, huh. I think I just assumed it was like absorbed as the coconut made more meat. Like it just kind of went away. That's interesting. I hadn't really thought about how it happens. Okay, there's those three. They are all done for now. These need to be hand sewn. This needs to be machine sewn. All of the legs need to be machine sewn. So I'm going to do the legs and this crown first. I want to do all that first, and then I'll come back to the cloaks and the hand sewing. The cloaks, I actually sew on a different sewing machine that I don't have a camera on. Uh, because you know how you're not supposed to sew over pins? You're also not supposed to sew over metal bits. And I do. I sew over metal bits to actually, like, so that the cloak can attach and detach. I put the little, like, hooks on it. And I sew them on with a machine, which you should not do. It's very bad. So I do not use my super expensive machine to do that. I use my cheap little, if it breaks, it breaks machine to do that. Because that will break a needle and or throw off the timing of the machine, which is something that I know how to fix it, but I don't want to have to fix it. And it involves getting a whole bunch of little measurement tools that I don't own. So I'd rather not. So I use my cheap machine to do that one. So if it breaks, I don't lose out on my big machine. I can still sew. Hasn't broken yet. I've made 30 some lambs. But whenever I sew on metal, I use my cheap little guy that I can tinker with if I need to. Not my super expensive one. Oh, right. Also, hi, Leo. I hate fixing the timing on things. I used to work at a sewing machine store where I did have to do those little repairs. And we had the full toolkit, so I could, and I hated it. I do not have the tools now. So if my machine does get thrown off, I either have to take it into a store where they can fix it for me, or I have to go and get all those little tools and then fix it. And I don't want to do that. Not with my super expensive big machines. I'll do that with my little guy. Um, but so far I haven't had to. I've been good. I have broken one needle on the little hook and eyes, but that's fine. So, yes, hi, hello. I am making Cult of the Lamb plushies today. I'm trying to finish up two and a half of them. So I'm almost done with the machine sewing bits, at least for today. I won't do the capes on stream because I don't have a camera on that, so you'd all just be like staring at nothing moving while I sew. But they basically get flipped right side out, and then there's a little black band that goes along the top, and then I put a little hook and eye closure, and that's the entire cape. So I'll do those off stream. The rest of my machine sewing is I need to do this little crown, but I need to make a magnet holder first for it. And then I need to do all 6 of the little legs, attach the feet to them. So, okay, magnet thing first. Oh, thank you. Yeah. This is probably long enough and wide enough. Okay, I'm going to do that, I think. Wing it. It'll probably work. There we go. Cool. And that's going to be where the magnet is held. It is long enough. Cool. I need to stitch it into a little bit of a tube. So I'm not going to switch back to my big machine screen there because this is just going to be a little straight line. Super boring. Okay. So that's just my little scrap bit there. I don't think it's long enough that I can put 2 magnets in because I do need the full length of this crown. It's basically going to attach to the bottom here. Yeah, so I'm going to just have to do it that way, and this is a little scrap bit for the garbage can. Because I will need to make one more of these to put in the top of this guy's head. That's how the crown will actually attach to him. So that will just be a different scrap bit there. Coconuts with a lot of water, still green and far away. Yeah, okay. Oh, my Scooby-Doo! Did you find that on my Instagram or something? Yeah. That was, somebody wanted my cupcake pattern, which I make a little dog that has frosting all over the back of it, so it's my pup cake. Ha ha ha. And so they asked if I could make Scooby-Doo in the same pattern, and I was like, yeah, probably. Let's see. I'm going to sew this down first, and it needs a magnet. Basically eating super green tomatoes. Mmm, delicious. I make most of my own patterns. Like this Cult of the Lamb that I'm making, that is all mine. The cupcake is all mine. I have this guy here who is currently missing an arm or 2. He's missing a couple of arms. So that the head, the ears, the arm, all of the big parts on this guy are my own. I did use a base pattern for his legs, but I'm going to be modifying them again as well. But the rest of him is my own design there. I've got a little robot I'm making. Most of the things I make are my own patterns. Generally, if you look at like, this is my little robot man. If you look at the things I've made on like my website, I've got my like a gallery of all the things I've made, and if you look at my Instagram, if I use somebody else's pattern, I try and put that either in the description or in the tags there. And on my website, it is divided in half between things I made myself and things I've made for other people. Yes, Sunbay's got it. Yeah, legs are not my favorite. The only thing I think I hate more than legs is how to attach arms to where shoulders should be on some things. So, yeah, but for the most part, the patterns are my own. I do make a lot of bats that are from Beezy. Those are not my own design, they're hers. Beezy Arts on, I think, Twitter and Instagram, Beezee. She makes the bat patterns. I make a couple of things from Trolley Night just because they're fast and easy. And those are the ones I usually sell for small amounts, the little cheap things that I sell. Magnet goes there. But yeah, most of the big guys, yeah, they're all mine. Yeah. Oh, arm shoulder joints just. I if I could get away with it, I would make everything just jointed arms where they're just stuck on instead of actually sewing them down in place. Because it's easier to not have to figure that out. The weather was bad the past couple of days. Today is the first day this week we have not had an air warning, so I actually opened the windows and I can feel the nice breeze. It was bad, and it just south of me is still bad. On what was it, Tuesday? No, I don't remember. A few days ago, maybe Wednesday. It was so bad. The sky was brown. Oh, Pick is too? Oh. Yeah, it's not fun. Canada is burning. I'm way up north. Um so I'm like across like anything that hits like Quebec and everything in Canada comes down across me. So no, today is nice. Okay, I'm gonna sew the magnet in. And I do actually want my 1/4 inch foot for this. And I'm still using bright red thread, not my black, because hopefully these stitches will never be seen. If I do this right, nobody's going to ever see these stitches. So I'm going to try and do it right. Stop. Oh my goodness. Stop. Very strong magnet. Very annoying. Okay. Air quality is 295. Is that where Pick and Judo are? Let's see. I don't know what the 295 means. I was thinking it's like parts per million. Like how many particles are in the air. But looking up my area, we're saying, let's see, where are you? My area says the air is currently at about 8. Or no, let's see, parts per billion, 16 parts per billion, maybe? I don't know. I know that my area is green. And the area just south and west of me, they are yellow. And yellow is bad. Well, yellow is kind of bad. Red is very, very bad. Purple is the worst, and we had purple here a few days ago. Ooh. Okay, there's my magnet. Leah, what? I'm assuming that you make stuffed animals or something as well because your name has embroidery in it. What do you make? Yeah, no, I'm green now, so this is a good day. I have all of our windows open, and there's a very nice little breeze coming in. There were some birds fighting in the yard earlier, so just being very noisy and inconsiderate. But today is a good day. But you do everything? Okay. I mostly stick to plushies. I do a little bit of quilting, but not on stream because I'm not that good. I need to focus entirely on what I'm doing there. I can chatter when I am sewing plushies and make minor mistakes or no mistakes. I don't think I could do quilting at the same time as I'm talking. I have trouble quilting with like my mouth shut. Ooh, clothing. Okay, that's a skill set. I make clothing for me and me alone. I don't do it for anybody else. Well, me and my husband. I'll make him stuff. I don't do it for anyone else though, just because the whole like, people are different shapes and sizes, and it's super inconsiderate that everyone's not just a Lego person with the exact same shape and size. So I know my shapes. I've got pattern blocks for me. But I don't like making clothing for other people. Just because they're not me. They're not me shaped. There we go. Oops. Why does this crown still have paper on it? We don't want that. There we go. Okay. That is all pinned together. So I can now sew around the bottom of the crown. I will leave a little hole for turning it and then stuffing it. And the magnet is kind of wedged in there right now. It still needs to be sewn in place because right now it can slide left to right. I'm not going to sew it down until after I machine sew it though, because I want to get that magnet as far away from the needle as I can. The plate on my sewing machine is metal, and that magnet likes sticking to it, so it's just annoying. But I do like machine sewing those in so that they stay put and they don't go anywhere. So that'll be an issue. Fun stuff. Okay, now the legs get pinned. And for the legs, I've put little marks on the fronts of them. So let me bring all my circles over here. So all of my legs have a little mark at the front so that I know which direction these are supposed to go. Because each of the bottom of the feet that has the fuzzy direction on it. So I have the front of it has a little tiny arrow. All the other four directions have just a line. So I want to make sure that my arrow is lined up with that little line on each of the legs, just so that they are all lined up. I did not get feedback yet because I only sent out the messages this morning. So I have not checked to see if anybody has replied to me. I will probably check after stream, and then tomorrow is going to be just writing out stuff and making sure the wedding invites are good to send on Saturday. I don't stream on Fridays. And then on Monday, hopefully I will have all these lambs done, even though I don't. So this lamb is the first one I have to mail out, and that's not due until the 28th. So I've got some time before I actually have to finish it, but I like sending things out earlier if I can. I don't like waiting until the very last second. So I will probably try and get these guys done today and or tomorrow after wedding invite stuff. And then on Monday, hopefully I'll have the feedback and I'll be back to working on the big custom guys again. Yeah, the earlier you finish, the better. And also, the earlier you finish something, the sooner you can get it out of your buckets and off the to-do list. So, because I have plenty of buckets right now. So, yeah, like right now, let's see. I have a bucket full of robot stuff. So, that's one project. I have a bucket full of baby quilt stuff. This is at a point where I just need to put the batting in, and then I'm going to use my embroidery machine to quilt it all together. But that's going to take some concentration, so I've got that. I have a giant bucket stuffed full of all the lamb things. So that one's going to be around for a while. That is like 10 more lambs in there. I have a very small, not very filled bucket, but this is going to be a couple of different OCs based on Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I have Lan, the big guy, and all of his assorted parts. And I have the floppy dog pattern that I was working on. So, yeah, I got those guys there, that pattern bucket. And then I've got my resin stuff. I have to remake this ball, and then put some little decorations around it. So I've got all my resin stuff in the bucket as well. So I would like to get rid of some of those buckets. You were typing, yes, the earlier you finish, the better, while also procrastinating. Okay, yep, that's incredibly valid. I did finish, well, I finished 7 frogs. They're actually on my Instagram right now, which is in the link to it down in my description somewhere. I finished 7 of the frogs, and they are currently up in the store, ready to sell. The narwhals are also there. I do have all the bats, the BZ bats. Those aren't a bucket, though. Those, all the fabric gets put into bags, and then that goes into my fabric closet. So they're not a bucket. Buckets are like the projects I'm actively working on. These are bits for later, and there's a separate bucket for them. So those ones, they're not in my way. That's fine. But yep, the frogs, 7 of the frogs were made. I do have a bag for the frog. This is gonna end up being kind of like the bats, where I just put all the bits from the frog into a bag, and then they get tossed in the closet as well. So I've got some feet. I've got some green feet from them. Oh, I've got other feet over here too. I made a whole bunch of feet. I set my embroidery machine to run. So I just made a whole bunch of little feet here in all different colors. So for any future frogs, I have feet available. So actually, I can probably toss all of them in the bag right now. And then that can go in the closet so it's not hanging in front of me. That's actually my newest sewing pattern, the little frog. I made a couple of designs for different poison dart frogs, and then I made a tiny little round frog shape. I will eventually have those files and the frog for sale as well, but at the pace that I work, this is probably going to be next year. We'll see if I can actually get caught up on things enough to make them, but, well, my piggy pattern, for the little piggies I made, the pattern to make these ones I've been working on since 2020. So I also haven't listed this piggy for sale since then. So he's just been hanging out with me here at my craft room. So I work at a very, very slow pace, and I'm hoping to fix that. And actually, like, sell the pig. Sell the pattern that the pig was made from. But that's an eventuality type thing. I'll get to it. Someday. So I am attempting to finish up the lambs, so that'll at least be one thing. I do way too many things at the same time. Oh, did you follow? I do not actually hear or see any alerts right now. I've got to work on that. Thank you. I'm here most Monday to Thursdays, from 11 to like 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern time. So, like, what, it's almost 3 now, Eastern, in case you're in a different time zone. It is 2:48 here. Yeah. I do a lot of projects at the same time. That's mostly because of the way my brain functions or doesn't function. If I only have one project, what ends up happening is there'll be a day where it's just like, I don't want to work. I don't want to do this thing. And I cannot force my brain to do it, even if I have to. So I have to have multiple projects so that if it's like I really don't want to work on this, instead of doing nothing all day, there's something else that I can trick my brain into doing. So right now, this is more projects than I really want to have. Let's see. I normally have like 4 projects at a time, but the resin is a repair. The lambs are kind of lots of people buying them, so I can't stop making them. I might be dying. And the baby quilt is a friend had a baby, so I am making her a quilt, and the baby was born several months ahead of time. And she's doing okay right now. But she was very, very premature. So I thought I was going to have a lot more time than I actually do. So, oh, Brazil. Okay. You're an hour ahead of me. Killer Panda. Oh, you're over across the ocean. So it is, the event log is actually visible, but I'm currently standing looking in this direction, and my laptop is over there behind me. So what my eventual plan is, I want to have, I'm pretty sure it plays a sound, but I've never actually heard it. But I want to have, like, headphones so that I can hear things, so that then I know to look at my computer behind me. Um, But I've tried to get three different pairs of headphones, and every single pair came with the dead battery. So I have temporarily given up on ordering headphones, and I'm going to go to an actual store and touch something so that I can see if they work before I buy them. I cannot read Portuguese. I don't know what that says. I used to think that I was going to learn Portuguese. I had wanted to learn multiple languages, and that just kind of didn't happen. Well, more than learning languages, I wanted to do linguistics, like the study of languages. But that didn't quite happen, and now it would not be like the cost would be too much to, and there's no real job that I can grab. So I speak English and some Spanish. Uh, Theoretically, I speak lots of Spanish, but I don't really have anybody that I speak to on a regular basis, so I've lost a lot of that. And the way I studied Spanish was, I learned a lot of the history and the like the grammar and everything of Spanish, and not so much vocabulary. So I can conjugate verbs, and I can tell you like how a word formed in the current uh like the current modern Spanish. But I probably could not do this stream in Spanish because I don't know the words for a lot of the stuff I'm doing yet. That would be cool though if I did practice that way. Hey, anybody who is conversationally fluent in another language, especially if they teach themselves most of it, that is like crazy cool. Like you can not only like communicate to people around you, but also people across the world. That's phenomenal. Yeah, I speak like a dictionary in Spanish, not so much in English. Need for Speed. Okay. That's a good one. Okay, this is mostly pin. So what I'm doing with these pins is I have every other pin pointing to the bottom of the foot and every one other pin pointing up. That way the edge of the foot stays completely flat as I go around and sew it. If I only put the pins going in one direction, what kind of happens is like you get this wavy effect where the fabric just goes up and down in waves. And I don't want that. I want it to be flat. So I'm going around every other pin to kind of counteract that wave. Or essentially make those waves a lot smaller. So instead of just going up and down, up and down, up and down, it's just going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So every other pin is kind of upside down. It does make it a lot easier to stab yourself though, because now you've got pins on both sides of the fabric. So let me grab a drink real quick. So that's two legs pinned. Oh, that would be nice, Sunday. Thank you. I have no idea what would make it easier. I have the little sound alert. It's supposed to go ping and I'm supposed to hear it, but I can't. I cannot hear anything. I also do not hear the music. So if the music stops or does something weird, I will have no idea. Eventually, I will have working headphones that I can use to hear things. A bot in the chat. I have no idea how to make bots, but that could work. I can read the chat here. But I guess I could also see the activity feed, but if I do the activity feed, then I can't see enough of the chat to actually like read things. But I mean, what? This is also like, what, week 3 of me streaming ever? So I feel like I have a little bit of time to be bad at this before I have to be good. Also, I am running low on my pins, so I will have to go and grab more of them. Or I'll have to do like 3 legs and then come back and do the other 3 legs afterwards. Okay, so those are all the pins that point to the bottom. So there's all the sharp points there. And then flipping it over and putting the pins in between each of these ones so that they point up to the outside of the fabric there. And you can kind of see, maybe you can see, let's see, how this is all kind of rolled up and it's all very like wobbly looking, where it's not a good straight line here. I want all this fabric to be very flat and rolled out to the edges so that I can actually sew it. So that's what putting those extra pins every other one around will do. So there we go. So yeah, now it holds it down flat there rather than being all rolled up and you can see the inside fuzzy bits. So every other pin going the opposite direction just holds things in place. And because these are such small little feet, I am putting lots of pins in just so that I can make sure I get all the edges properly. I don't want to go around, yeah, like have those little gaps. I don't want to have to like re-sew it multiple times. So, pinning beforehand to prevent any issues. Also, I have not stabbed myself yet once today, so I'm doing well, and I probably just jinxed myself. But usually by this point, I have stabbed myself multiple times. And I don't want my yellow pins. Because again, I'm going to run over these ones. Oh, there are, yes, a thimble. The finger guard's a thimble. I have them. I have multiple of them. I don't know where any of them are off the top of my head. And it generally takes more time to pin than, like, because now you can't use your finger very well because it's just, yeah, it's in the way. It makes it harder. So I would rather stab myself and go fast rather than be protected and go slow. Let's see, do I even, yeah, I found one. This is a plastic and rubber one, but it works the exact same way. So, yeah. I have one, but I'm still going to stab myself. Usually what I use a thimble for is if I'm sewing something and I really need to push the needle through. The backs of needles, because they're so thin, they are still kind of sharp, even though they don't have a point. And you can, like, push the back of the needle into your skin if you're not careful and if you're really trying to push it through too hard. So either I'll put the needle against the table and push it down that, like, push the fabric onto the needle, or I'll grab the thimble and push it through with that. Yeah, I have a metal one somewhere, but like, and then also it doesn't fit around my finger all that well. Like, it's very round, and my finger is not round. Uh, whoops. Okay, I'm gonna need more blue pins. I do have more. I buy these things like 150 in a pack. So I can get rid of my yellow needles, or my yellow guys. I don't need those. Because I'm going to sew over top of these, which you should not do. Oh, this one's actually stitched closed. Okay, come on. Tiny scissor time. So this was at the bottom of my embroidery machine when I made these. So I wanted the fabric to stay in place, so I did this little tiny stitch all the way around. And apparently the bottom of the foot was right up to those stitches, so I actually stitched the bottom closed. There we go. I'm going to do it this way. There we go. Oops, that's one stab. One stab today. Hey, buttons and seams, that's important. That's a life skill right there. If you can fix the clothing so it doesn't fall off of you, that's the important part. Yes, my stab counter! Thank you! That number is going to be huge. Yes, that was last stream. Altariana came by and made that for me. I don't know how. It is very new, otherwise there would be a lot more stabs there. So that was yesterday and today, I believe, was the stab counter. Normally it's like 3 or 4 stabs a day. But nope, it's 2 ever. The counter says so. I've only ever stabbed myself 2 times my entire life. Because I dumped all the pins out, so they are just a chaotic mess right now. They've got all the sharp bits pointing up at me. Danger pins. So all of this pinning does take a really long time, but it is also going to save me a lot of time on the sewing. So it is actually like more time efficient to pin and then sew rather than try and sew and hold things in place. Oh, where is my poop? Hang on, I got my poop. Here we go. It fits with the lamb. There's my little poop. Used to be a snake, a template for a snake. Now it's a little pile of poo. That one is a failed attempt at designing a sewing pattern. I was going to make a snake that was also a little cinnamon roll. So it was going to be all rolled up and it was going to be like frosting on top of it. And then I looked at it and went, nah, that's not good. That does look like a little pile of poop emoji. I am going to do a pretzel instead. So I made it a pretzel shape and it doesn't stay in a pretzel shape. So then I turned it back into a pile of poo. That's been sitting behind my sewing machine for a while since I made it. It is also full of very sharp pins pointing everywhere. Like that's a danger poo right there. Yes, it can't tell it what to do. It'll take its own path. It's not a phase, Mom. I want to be a poo. I will probably someday get back to making that into a pretzel, but I will have to do it slightly differently because it did not. I tried to make it bend into a pretzel shape, and it just did not want to bend. So I will have to actually like cut the fabric in a pretzel shape, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that in the most like economical way and not waste a lot of fabric. Because the more fabric I waste, well, one, it's small bits that I can't use for anything else really, especially if it's all brown like pretzels. That'd be a lot of brown fabric. Um, and then like every bit of fabric I use, I have to charge somebody for it. Like even if it goes in the trash, I paid for it. So the price goes up just based on the amount of fabric I use, which is not all that much in the long run. But like so, 1 square inch of fabric, or I guess everyone here is metric besides me. So 2.5 centimeters squared of fabric is about 1 penny, uh, United States. So what 1/100th of a dollar. So it's not super super expensive, but it does add up over time. Like even the little frogs I was making, those little frogs are like a dollar of fabric. So tiny tiny frog. Every price has to go up a dollar for them. I do have my water bottle. Oh, that pin is not working. Okay, that one has to go the other way. Right. Oops. Okay. Put one of the pins in backwards. Okay. Oh, this is very dangerous pins. And every time I take one that has the little blue head sticking up, I make it even more dangerous. Ooh, there's one. Go for the other danger pins. Ah, there's another stab. Darn, that's 3 stabs ever. Okay. Yeah, I have my giant water bottle. That is definitely something that I've been drinking a lot more water since I started streaming. Thank you, Panda. Yeah, before streaming, I didn't really get to. Well, I did talk to myself because it helps me plan things out when I talk to myself. But mostly it was just me like telling myself what tasks I had to do that day, and then going out and I have a pet rabbit. So I would go out and bother him a couple of times each day. So he likes me streaming because then I leave him alone and he gets to snooze. He doesn't have to run away and go hide somewhere else to go take a nap. But I've also been talking a lot more, just chattering at myself. Uh-oh. Oh no, I have doubled my total stabs. There we go. I think that's my 3 stabs of the day, right? No more stabs now. I'm all good. These are just dangerous pins. Okay. But this is the last leg that I need to pin. After I've got this, everything else is pinned. So then it'll just be a matter of sewing them back together. And then I think from there, everything is going to be hand sewing. Well, minus the capes, but that's off stream. So it'll just be hand sewing to finish off the lambs. Oh, I do have to make a tiny little magnet holder for the magnet head to match up with the crown. But that's going to be one single line on my sewing machine, so that's not too much. Uh, that looks good. Okay, so I have 6 legs and 1 crown that all need to be stitched together on the sewing machine. I'm going to put away some of these pins because I do not need that many. So all the danger pins. Oops. And then the magnet stole a pin. That was cool. Okay. And there's my magnet pin cushion. Empty now, so less stabbing. And as I go around these guys, I can remove some of the pins, just make it less likely to stab myself as I'm sewing, and put them back on there. Okay, back to the machine then. Maybe? Hang on. Okay. Okay. I put down all of my very dangerous bits. And I do not need my red thread now. That is going to be a black. I'm using black even though the legs are gray because it pretty much will hide in the gray anyways. So it should be fine. It hasn't shown up in any of the other legs I've done. And black thread. Oh, that's another cool tip that not everybody always knows about. Most spools of thread, regardless of their shape and size, no matter what they are, usually the edge of them, the plastic will like pop open in some way. And then you can put the end of the thread in there and like pop it closed again. So just somewhere on that spool, the bottom or the top will come apart. And then you can put your thread in there and just pop it closed. So most modern plastic spools have this. And then it helps keep that thread from falling all over the place because it's now held in place in that plastic there. So it doesn't unwind everywhere. There were a lot of people. So I used to sell sewing machines and I sold like high-end machines. Like we're talking several $1,000s for a machine. And a lot of the people who were buying those machines had been like grandmother type ages or people who had been sewing for years and they needed the high-end machines. And a lot of them, when I was teaching them how to use their machine, they had no idea that you could put the thread into these spools to hold in place. So that's just another one of those really cool little sewing tricks. Um, your spool will probably hold your thread for you. Hold up what Sunday? Let me move these guys out of the way. My very stabby guys, they have to be out of my way. Oh, your thread? Yeah, that's a really cool thing. And it's amazing the number of people, like ladies who have been sewing for decades, had no idea. And yet most modern thread does that. Not all of them. Like I definitely have spools that do not pop open. They just don't work at all. That needs to come off. Like they don't pop at all. But most spools will. And if they don't, what you can get are just these little like rubbery dudes, or tiny little hair, like the hair bands, and you just can put them around it to kind of hold it in place that way. So if my spools do not have that pop bottom, I put a little rubber bit around them. I used to have a whole bunch of the hair ties, but then when I take them off, it would tangle the thread, and I didn't like that. It bothered me. But most of them just pop open. Yeah, they should really tell people about that. Yeah, like I have some older thread as well. This stuff is probably as old as I am. This is like really, really old thread. It doesn't pop open at all, but it does have like a cut in the plastic that you can then put the thread in and lock in place that way. This is probably really hard to see. This is invisible thread. This is just nylon, clear nylon thread. But the older ones go like that. The only ones that don't really have that are the old wooden spools. Like the really, really old ones, if you go back way far, those ones don't have anything like that. I think I have some old ones. Hang on, let me dig out my old thread. My old spools. Somewhere in one of these drawers. Well, I got some tiny ones. I got my tiny wooden guys. Yeah. My tiny little wooden guys. They don't really have the gaps in them to hold anything. But the modern thread, like thread that you buy nowadays, most of the time it will hold its own thread in place. So, yeah. Why do I have radioactive thread? Wait, is that my clear nylon? Which one's radioactive? Oh, this one here? Yeah, the radioactive. Okay, I get it. That was just to use less plastic. This is really, really old stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I don't even know when it. I've had this stuff since I started making plushies. So probably 20 years I've had this. Yeah, this is one also. It has a different design. So this one's not radioactive. But those ones, yeah, those are really old ones. I don't use much invisible thread, if you can tell. Okay, we gotta get rid of some of these guys. This is too many. Too many pins. Okay, 1 foot done. I'm just checking the bottom. It does look like everything got caught, so no big issues there. It did go a little bit over the fuzz, so it folded it down, but it didn't miss anything. And that's really what I care about, if it missed anything. So that leg goes back on the table. Literally just throw it across the room and it makes it there. And next leg. Back a little bit. Restart that section. There we go. Got it. And that one's good. So it also gets thrown across the room. Magnet hat time. Okay, so I moved the magnet all the way at this end, so I'm going to start sewing over here. Just to hopefully not stick the magnet on everything. Nope, it's already sticked. Stop! Go back! Go back! Go back to that corner. Okay, so I stitched down half the crown. Now I put the magnet back on the other side. Let me see if I can pin you down in place so you don't go anywhere. Just stay where you are. Thank you. Stop. Okay. Let's see. I've got my hole to turn it inside out. But I want to make sure there's no other holes. Okay. I didn't quite complete that line, so I am going to go and finish that. I did this part in two shapes. I made like two C shapes and they're supposed to touch. They didn't, so I'm going to just go back and make sure that they're actually overlapped right there. And the magnet still really wants to stick to everything. Okay, there we go. Ah. Okay. So that hat should be good. I do need to sew the magnet down in the middle next, but that's by hand. Oh no, I have more legs to do. What am I doing coming back over here? I need to go back and finish my legs. I was so excited by finishing that magnet. I was just like, I'm done now. Okay, there's one more leg. I'll throw that at the table. Okay, throw the leg on the ground. 3 more legs to go. Oh, all the pins. And look at this. I'm being really good and I'm removing my pins before I run them over. Which is what everyone should do all the time. I do have a small little issue right there, so I am going to go back and re-sew that. It's just not a very straight line. It looks like the needle pulled the fabric a little bit to the side. So I'm just going to fix that real quick. Oh, someone followed? I don't actually see you right now, but thank you. I'll be over back to see chat better in just a minute. 2 more legs. That all looks good. Okay, 1 more leg. Okay, that looks good too. Maya Roosjay? Am I saying that right? Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I am making stuffed Cult of the Lamb today. Um, I need to sew one little thing for the magnet, and then at that point, everything's going to be hand sewing until they're done. So I will probably not finish them entirely on stream, just because there is a bunch more hand sewing left to do. But I can make some progress on them. I can probably get all the legs and bodies attached. So I think that's going to be my goal today. Legs. Oh, hang on just a minute. Oh, it has started to rain. We're going to get some rain. My plants are going to like that. Little cutter wheel. Okay. This is just extra stuff, so that goes back in my bucket. There we go. And I'm going to just stitch a line down this. I don't need that much for the head. Literally just enough to go around the magnet. So I think I'm going to use just that much there. Yeah. Because all I need to do is basically put the magnet inside there and then put that in the lamb's head. So real quick, stitch that up. I think it's just normal rain. Or if it is acid rain, it is at least not horrific. Like this is, you can go outside and walk in it rain. It's very light rain right now. Just a little sprinkle there. Just enough to make my plants wet. Okay. Magnet in the crown. I need one more magnet. That's right here. Oh, all the fluffins everywhere. Okay. Magnet goes in there. And then let me pull over my needle and thread. I will also be sewing the legs on with white, just because that matches the bodies there. I will need black to sew the crown closed, just in case those are there. Let me grab my black. There we go. Oh no, you killed a cactus! Okay, to be fair, a lot of my plants are dying as well. But, well, no, they're not dying. They are just not thriving. They're fine. They are surviving, but they don't look. They're not getting bigger. They're just kind of existing. They're just vibing. But I have some lettuce and like spicy herbs, lettuce and herbs that I grow for my rabbit so that he can have some fresh salad. So I've got those outside, and then I've got a couple plants inside in the windows, and they're all happy plants. I have the world's weirdest orchid. Actually, I can bring that one over. My strange orchid. This little guy who has decided that it's cool to grow flowers sticking out straight sideways for whatever reason. Sideways flowers, they're great. These ones are going down. Like, why? What's the purpose of growing down? The sun is up high. My strange little orchid. I like him. They just rolled out dead. Oh no! I have a little schedule of when things need water so that I don't put too much or too little water on them. It's keeping them all kind of okay. My sister is really good at plants. Like she grows lots of plants and does it very, very well. So whatever plant gene is in my family, I did not get it. Okay. So I want to make sure that these magnets are the right way around. So, whoop, there we go. I'm just going to stick them together. And then I take my permanent marker and I'm going to draw on the opposite sides of them. So these are the non-touching sides. That way, when I go and make sure that everything is in the lamb, it should go in the right way. So I just want to make sure that this guy does not flip now. You need to stay there. Okay. Do not flip over. Go back. Stay in place. Stop sticking to the needle. This is why the magnet hat lambs cost more. Because I have to fight with a magnet constantly. So for my pain and suffering, you have to pay like an extra $10 or something like that. No, I think it's $5. Yeah, I think I raised the price of the magnet ones by like $5 because I have to sit here and fight with a magnet and I don't always win. Oh, they can do that for me someday? Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to have to contact Judo after stream either today or tomorrow at some point and figure out these things. Okay. There we go. We've got my magnet centered in the crown. I'm going to just tie one more knot to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Ah, stop sticking to the magnet. Holy shit, stop. These are very strong low magnets. I don't remember exactly what the power is now, but these were like the strongest magnets I could find in like a small enough size. Okay. So then that is the X there. And there we go. Perfect. I did it right. Ha! I will write myself a note. If I do not write myself notes, I do not remember what to do. So hang on, let me go get my little notebook from the other room. I'll put the magnet hat back there. Perfect. Okay, notebook acquired. That is... Okay, I have written a note for myself to hopefully not forget. We'll see. We'll see how this goes, if I actually remember. Okay. So I believe that was the last of my machine sewing for today. I still do have the cloaks off stream, off camera. And I'll have to do more of that lamb's face later on. But I think at this point, I'm probably good to just start hand sewing things together. Stuffing and hand sewing? Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to change to just my table. I won't need my sewing machine again, so I can go turn that off. And that camera, so it doesn't get angry at me. Okay. So the rest of today's stream is just watching me sew things on and stuff them. Yeah. Okay. I will start with the magnet first, because then I can stuff the heads, and the heads look cute, so I'll have a stuffed head. But so basically the bottom of the crown has the X in it. So I want to make sure that the X is going to the outside of the lamb, so that they all they'll connect together, and it's not going to try and reject itself. Stuff them, but you barely know them. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I want to make sure that this is centered. So I'm going to go right there. So I'm just kind of using on the face, like right in between, going up. And then rotating, flipping that over, and that's where the magnet needs to go. I still have some orange thread, so I'm going to use that up at least on the top layer. Because this will just be, you won't see this at the end. And I'm just going to whip stitch this in place. Again, just like I did with the arms to the body. It's just a really, really quick little stitch. And it just goes over the edge. So you just go in, out, and then back to the original side, in, out, back to the original side. And I can tie a little knot right there. And that uses up my orange thread. Fantastic. And I need white. Oh my gosh, I can't thread a needle. There we go. Okay. And then when I sew this down, I don't want these stitches to be visible. So I'm going to just catch just the edge of the fabric, like just going through half of the fabric there as I go around. So it won't show up on the front of the plushie at all. And I know I'm not going all the way through because my fingers are on the other side, and if I did go all the way through, I would stab myself. The easy way to put thread on needles is that you basically like roll the needle across the thread a couple of times. Because I've seen people do that. And I don't know how. I have tried so many times. I think it's magic. I stare at the needle and then swear, and eventually with enough swearing it goes through the eye of the needle. That's my technique. I am a firm believer that if you swear at sewing machines and at your needles, they work better. They know that you're upset, so they start behaving. Oh, so somebody, you're just really good at it. Yeah, it sounds like you've just got a fantastic technique. I like my version of swearing at the thing until it works. Or if you really can't get it through the eye of a needle, you pick a bigger needle that has a bigger eye. Just be like, nope, this one's not working today. Needle defective. Try again. Pick a different one. Okay, there we go. Magnet is done on the little guy's head there. So now he can be flipped as well. Ta-da! Oh my goodness, he's covered in fluff. Fluff he's not supposed to be covered in. He's supposed to be covered in white fluff, not brown fluff. My goodness. Burb! Hello, Burb! Today I am making Cult of the Lamb cultists. I'm just doing the hand sewing bits now. I want to try and get these two done first. This third one over here in the little pile, its face is still wet after I finish the embroidery, so I won't finish that one today. But I am going to aim to try and get these two done. So this one has a magnetic hat. So there we go. This one, the hat's just going to be sewn onto the head. That's where I'm at right now. And they need to be stuffed. So I get out my giant box of stuffing and fluff. Spelling is totally optional here. As long as I can kind of figure out what you're saying, I will estimate and take a guess, and it's cool. Okay. This I don't need to use the forceps for because this is such a big face. I'm literally just stuffing things in and then like squashing them around. I will use the forceps to stuff this little guy though. His little hat that he sticks on. There we go. I'm also kind of squishing down on the face as I put that stuffing in because I do want the face to be fairly, well, I want it to be rounded, but flat rounded, if that makes sense. Because that's the shape of the fabric. If I start really putting a lot of stuff in and puffing it out, the corners here that I've made, that's not their shape, so they're not going to work as well. But there we go. That's the basic stuffing now to give him a basic shape. I will put more stuffing in as I attach the body, but for now, that's where I want him to be. Now I need to stuff his little hat. For the hat, I am using a slightly different stuffing. This is my Mochi Minky stuff, or Mochi stuffing, not Minky. The Minky is the face. This is Mochi stuffing. It doesn't clump up or turn into felt nearly as quickly. It's a lot softer and squishier, and it kind of lasts and keeps its shape and wiggles around more. Because this hat is made from a Mochi Minky, it is super, super stretchy. So I want to put something that's going to stretch with it in that hat. The body doesn't need that because the body isn't going to stretch or move around anymore. Like, that's good there. And the magnet is going to try and grab the forceps constantly. Love them magnets. Fantastic. Doesn't cause me any sort of issue, ever. Leave the forceps alone. Holy shit. Basically, all of my tools are now slightly magnetic from hitting the magnets that I use in here. Between my embroidery machine and the different plushies that have magnets in them, I have a lot of very strong magnets in the room, and all of my metal tools have stuck to them at least once. I could get plastic ones. I could. But my metal ones work for like 90% of the plushies I make. It's very few that actually have the magnet. So, and I like the metal just because metal tools are, I think, better than plastic are. So I will fight with the magnet every once. Stop! I will fight with the magnet every once in a while to just deal with it. Oh my god, magnet. Oh my god. That's a little bit extra fluff. Okay, perfect. There we go. How did I learn to make plushies? I'm mostly self-taught. When I was in college, I started making plushies just because I found sewing to be relaxing. I had learned how to make like Halloween costumes and like costumes for plays in the theater, for like kids, not professional ones, but like Peter Pan for the 12-year-olds kind of thing. I learned how to do that from my mom and my grandma, but then when I was at college, I started making a couple plushies just because it was fun, and it was kind of just a relaxing like craft to make. And then I just kept making them, and it's kind of I like the puzzle solving of how to make the shapes, so I just kept practicing and got better at it. Um, there's also another plushie maker named Choli Knight. I'm going to type her name in chat. She is phenomenal. She makes a whole bunch of patterns. Some for sale, some are free. But she makes beginner patterns as well. Let's see, it's... There. She makes beginner patterns. Choli Knight makes beginner patterns, which are really nice for people who are just starting out, where you can make some very simple shapes. I don't have it with me because I took them all to sell, but the little narwhal pattern that she has, that one's really good. You do, you do weaving. Ooh, knitting, drawing, painting. Okay. Yeah, jack of all trades there. Nice. Or all crafts. Crafts, tradeswear. I know how to knit. I've never done I know like the concept of how to use a loom. I don't know what a rigid heddle loom is or if it's the one I'm thinking of, but I know like the basics of loom work. I haven't ever actually done it though because that's a huge investment in like the bits that you need. Whereas knitting is like 2 sticks. I can do knitting and crochet, but I do not enjoy it. There's a little bit too much counting involved. I do draw. The little lamb down in the corner, I made that quickly this morning. So I do draw. Most of it is just like little cartoony type stuff like that lamb. Painting, I do not have the patience for paint at all. And it does not have a Control Z. So I very much need the Control Z. Yeah, I've seen the looms that I'm thinking of are the ones that have like half the threads go up, half go down. They're kind of like that, and then you pass the shovel behind it, and then swap and pass the shovel kind of thing. And then I've seen knitting machines as well, which are just like you pass the shovel across it, but it's got like hooks holding it all. But it all seems like, oh, you need first the equipment for it, and second, you need the space to put the equipment, and right now space is a premium for me. So I can't really justify something that's going to take that much extra space. One of the crafts that I have kind of gotten into just for fun, like I'm never planning on making money off of it, is needle felting, which is basically the art of stabbing things into shapes. But that's kind of fun. And that's just you take wool roving, so like fluff, kind of like the stuffing that I put inside of the plushies, except for it's wool. And then you have a little sharp needle that's full of different little barbs, and you just repeatedly like stab, 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 and eventually it turns into something cute. So that's something that I'm just doing in my free time. The little bit of free time that I have, I am teaching myself how to needle felt just for fun, not for profit. But I enjoy the stabbing. Yeah, no, I don't have much extra space in my room right now, my studio space. I already have things spilling out into the rest of the house where like I'm trying to keep everything in one room so that I have like work, and then after work I leave and go home. I do have a photo frame box thing, the photo box that I can use to take pictures, and that is very, very big. It's about the size of my table here, except for it's square, and it's a cube, and that takes up a lot of space. I cannot fit that in my workroom right now without having to like dance around it constantly. So that's part of the reason I'm trying to finish up more projects, is that I need space. I do not have space at all. So the more projects I finish up, the more new things I can shove in there. Probably won't still have space for a loom though. Okay, there is my hat. At least this apartment that we moved to, in the last apartment that we lived, I started making plushies full time in January 2020, and then the whole world shut down. So perfect timing on my part. Really got to go to all the different conventions. Yep, that was great. But I had a studio space that I had meant to set up, and I had finally gotten around to it. We got it all set up. Me and my husband got it all set up. And then when the world shut down, my husband, he's a teacher. So he had to teach from home, or a professor technically. He teaches at a university, and he had to work from home. So he needed desk space. So he ended up taking over half of my crafting studio. So I couldn't really do things during like class hours. So now I actually have my own room, and his desk is somewhere else. So this is all my craft space. Look at that. There we go. Oh, hat. Oh no, hat fell off. Magnet hat. So he has his own space for his desk, and it's not in the way anywhere in like our way there. And I have my own crafting space. Technically a bedroom, but it is now a studio. Dapper Moose Studio.
And it's all my space. He does not have a desk or anything else in here. Mr. Moose is not allowed in. Yeah, actually, he is allowed in, but he's not allowed to bring his stuff in. This is all my workspace. He's not allowed to teach kids from my workspace ever again. You learned to knit during COVID? Yeah. Yep. That's a good time for it. I learned how to make bread. I did not make any good bread. It was terrible, horrible bread, but I learned how to make bread. Let's see. I think I'm going to attach the legs before I start doing like the details, the little horns and such. I'll save those for the very end because I do need to clean up the fuzzies before I tack things down. I don't want them to be covered in fuzz there. Um so I'm going to do the legs there. Oh yeah, no, I cook in metric. Yeah. That yeah, anytime I can cook in metric I do. It weight is so much better than whatever like a quart, a pint, a pint. Yeah, none of them. Don't want those things. Stop it. Okay, leggy. Leggy. So many fluffs. Oh my gosh. Okay. And I just want to check that I put the fuzz on in the right direction. Let's see, which way does your fuzz go? Okay, your fuzz goes that way. And your fuzz goes that way. Okay, so you are both that side leg. Where's my other legs? Okay, that's a point. Where'd the other mark go? There. Okay, so those are two pairs legs. These are two different bodies. They don't go together. There's that one and that. Okay, so these are the opposite legs. Cool. Oh, you lost your dog just before that, or just after? Oof. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, it kind of has felt like the past couple of years have just been like punching people in the face over and over and over. Like it's not been a very kind start to this decade. Okay, I am pinning these legs together because I really want to make sure that the pairs stay together. Pink pin. Ah, there we go. And this pair are going to stay together. Yes, okay. Okay. Oh, so many fuzzies. Okay. Yeah, if you're okay with me asking, I'll ask Pick for context. For us, COVID was just very much a well, we had a wedding planned and that didn't go through. So we're doing that now this year. But for us, COVID was very much I had savings. I waited to quit my full-time job to start plushie making until we had the savings for me to basically fail for an entire year straight. Like not make a single penny and we would still be fine. Nothing about our lives would have to change. Well, I didn't make too much for that first year because I could not work full time and I could not go to conventions. But I did make enough that we were still fine for that full year. And my husband got to keep his job. He just had to move online and learn how to teach online with literally no guidance. They gave him like 1 week to learn everything before he was teaching classes again that way. So the university was not great, but he kept his job. I had savings, so it wasn't like we were bleeding money. And then it was just pretty much well, he's immunocompromised, so we are still wearing masks and such because I really do not want him to get sick. And then after a while, last year, end of last year, my husband got a better job because teaching jobs are really hard to find when multiple schools shut down, and now you have all of these teachers who have been teaching for years. They have experience and everything. You're more likely to get hired that way than brand new PhD. Literally got your PhD in 2020 kind of thing. So he's been having a hard time finding a teaching job, so he found a different job that's still at a university doing something slightly different. So we ended up moving, and now I have a craft room, and I'm actually making like good money. Still not as good as if I had kept my full-time job, but I don't want to go back to that job, and I can't now because we're like multiple hours drive away. That would be a terrible commute. But I am getting there. I have multiple sources of making things, and this is also, I think, the best job I've had ever. So I am happy with where we are now. So it only took like 3 years. But I have finally gotten into like this being my full-time job. And actually putting in full-time hours. Which is not 40 hours a week because I don't work 40 hours a week. That's like too much. That's exhausting. But I do work like 30 some hours each week. And I'm doing fun stuff. Oh, hang on. Ow! Mr. Moose has gotten home. He is early. Huh. I was not expecting him for like another hour. Okay. Cool. Yes. Thank you, Killer Panda. Yes, this is definitely something I love doing. And so I am very happy that I actually get to do it now. Hello, welcome home. You're early. I was not expecting you for like another hour. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay, there we go. Legs tucked inside the body. Perfect. Doesn't look weird at all. Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do then for this stream is I will finish sewing these legs in, but since Mr. Moose is here, I'm going to finish up after this so that we can get some housework and stuff that I need his help for done. Yeah. So, legs. Leggy time. I'm going to start on the edge here because I really want the legs to match up with the seams on the body. What I'm going to do is I'm first going to stitch down this edge, like the outside edge of the leg and the outside edge of the body. I'm going to tie a knot right there so that thread's not going anywhere now. And then I'm going to go across to the inside part of the leg. And I'm going to tie a knot on that, where that seam is. So I'm not pulling it super tight. I've got like a loose thread here. But I am going to tie a knot so that thread doesn't pull at all either. There we go. There we go. One more. Little knot right there. And then I'm going to stitch that corner because I went to the inside edge of the leg. So I'm going to sew that to the inside edge of the body. I know myself as I sew. And when I sew things on, if I don't connect the points that need to be centered, what ends up happening is something like, instead of sewing the body on like this, I will start like this, and then as I sew, like the body will rotate, or like the head will rotate, so it ends up being that like his head's on half sideways. And I know myself that that's something I tend to do as I sew, that I rotate the bits. So I connect the parts that need to be connected first, and then I go and I sew around. That way it cannot rotate. Like I'm preventing myself from rotating that piece. So, and that's like not something that you have to do, like pinning the corners down. That's just something that I personally know about myself, the way that I sew. So I know that's an issue, and I've come up with a solution for it, and it works. So now I can go around and actually sew the leg to the body there. Okay. Oops, that fabric is not. I'm just also trying to keep the edge of the Sherpa, the white Sherpa, and the edge of the brown. Very desaturated brown. So brown it looks gray. keep the edge of the white and gray at the same point there. That way the legs will be like straight up and down, and they're not gonna like rock forward or like look like he's kicking his heels up. And I am back to the beginning. So I'm going to do a couple of quick little whip stitches and then tie a knot there. I will see you next week, hopefully, Killer Panda. Have a good night. Bye. Okay, one leg down. On to the next. I don't want my black thread. I do want more white thread. Now I get to fight with another needle. Yes, second try. Okay, I'm going to do the exact same thing where I start at one side. I'm going to just stitch that in place. And then I'm going to go across to the other side of the leg, that inside seam. Oh, there we go. And I'm not pulling it tight, I'm just tying a knot. Technically, you could tie the knot and then cut the thread and start over at the other side. That's essentially what I'm doing. But this way is just quicker, I guess. Less knots and cutting involved. So there we go. And then go here, go through the white. Other side of the leg as well. Whoop, there's the edge. Okay. Too much fluff there. Okay, and I can tie a knot here as well. There we go. And now I can go around and sew the leg in place without it sliding sideways. Although it does not want to line up this. The edge of the white is just a little off. There we go. Okay. Oh, nice. Thread. I'm tying up the entire body there. Don't want that. Just want you to go through the leg, not the rest of the body. Yeah. almost to the end there. Okay. Now I can tie another knot. I'm going to do a couple of whip stitches, which is just one side to the other, over the top, back to the original side. And I'm going to tie my knot there. One more for safety. Okay. And then I can trim that. It doesn't matter if I leave a little bit of a tail of thread here, because that's going to be inside the plushie where nobody sees it. And the longer the tail, the less likely it is that those knots come apart. So, perfect. There's my body. This is the front. Oh, look at all of those little fuzzies. Okay. Let's see if I can get them up. Oh, I got some of them. Okay, that is still a very fuzzy lamb. And some more fluff. I don't think I need all that fluff though. There we go. Very round little body now. And there we go. That's the lamb. It will still have its little tiny horns here. And it will have the, so fluffy, the little fluff that goes on top of its face, like in the picture down there. So it still has a couple of pieces that I need to hand sew on, and obviously I need to attach the head and the body. But that's one lamb, at least looking like a lamb. So I think I'll end stream here and see if I can find somebody to raid. Let's see, who interesting is on? Hmm. Let's see, is there anybody doing sewing things? Because I don't know enough people who are actually like plushie making and everything. Hmm. There's a couple of people making clothing. But that's not the same. Um, Yeah, I'm checking. I checked sewing, and a couple people are making clothing. There's somebody who has a giant chicken on the screen right now, and that's kind of that's all I'm staring at right now. I know nothing about them, but they have a chicken. Yeah, let's see if we, huh? Trying to figure out what they're actually doing, what that chicken was from. Um, no, actually, we are going to raid somebody that I follow on a different account, on my normal person account. They are not doing crafts, they are playing music. So we're gonna go to someone who is playing music. Because I will probably just watch his stream after this as well while I'm cleaning up everything. So let me see. I forgot I can do this. I have this now. Woo! I have an end screen. It just says thanks for watching. Okay. So if you want to raid with me and have the raid call, it is moose raid with just a couple of little mooses, or deer, I guess, because they are not. There is no moose emoji, sadly. So that's what we're going to do, moose raid. And we're going to be raiding to Tyler Lev's music. He plays guitar and he sings, and he is somewhat local to me. And I like some of his songs. I like most of his songs, but a couple of them have actually gotten into my regular rotation. So I listen to them with all the other music I've listened to for the rest of my life because I really like them. So we're going to go raid Tyler Loves Music. And you can use Moose Raid when we go in. I will be back on Monday doing more sewing and stuff. Probably some of the custom plushies if I have those guys. I will probably have finished at least 2 of the lambs. I'm going to finish 2 of them before the weekend so I can mail them out this Saturday. But I'll have some other cool stuff that I'm working with as well. You have a good night too, Sunday. And I will not be here tomorrow. I'm going to be working on wedding stuff tomorrow. I will be back on Monday, and then I believe it should be Monday through Thursday. I'll have just cool stuff, whatever I'm making. Lots of stuffing, lots of stabbing. Yeah. Okay. I will see you guys next week. Thanks so much for coming by. Bye.